I want to do something, but I'm not in the mood. Like, my worry is, like, a part of me wants to finish off the second game, right? But then that just will end up with me playing the rest of the games, you know? And it's just, again, it's like, oh, just... You know what I mean? I was like, oh yeah, just, you know, just up until I beat so-and-so, up until I beat this knight, and then it keeps fucking going. Ooh. Oh, maybe. I was thinking maybe I should go to sleep. Maybe reading isn't really the best pastime.
Sup?
But who knows? Yo, what's up, SP? Wanna know what pops into my head when I read the title The Real Jake? I don't know if you guys, like, I don't know if you've seen Adventure Time, but you know that episode where everyone thought Jake was, like, this big bad, like, person? Like, every time they come across, it's like, oh, it's the Randler or whatever his name is, right? It's like no, Jake's a good person. But he's like, what happens if I did all this bad stuff and I just don't remember? And then he starts fighting like the copy of him, and you know, Finn's like, you did it. He's like, get the fuck out of my way, and backhands him, sending him flying into a building like, I'm the real Wrangler. That's what it reminds me of, the real Jake. Like, who's the real Jake? I think it's pretty obvious. I have an idea of what the story could be about, right? So my theory, right? This is just based on the name alone. I think the main character is gonna find something that's like a carbon copy of him, right? But a goody two shoes.
In the intro.
Yeah, like that. Where it's like the carbon copy is a goody two shoes and also trying to replace the real Jake, right? But because this Jake is a prick, they're like, you know, I'm the real Jake, and they're like, they know that's the real Jake, but they're like, but this one's nicer, and plus he actually wants to help me with stuff instead of, you know, yelling at me. You're kind of a jerk, so if we just pretend it's the real Jake, then mom and dad won't realize, you know? That's what I feel like, and then it's like picking the clone over Jake because Jake's past actions caused him to be in this situation. That's my theory, at least. What's the other stories? Shit. So after this is hide and seek. I actually missed 2 stories. I don't know where the fuck they are, right? I'm pretty sure they're with the one of the previous books, right? I know the ones I missed were Dance With Me, and I believe the other story is either Going Home or Welcome Home. It has something home related.
Dance With Me sounds like a story that would be focused on Ballora.
Why does that name sound familiar? I can't remember. It sounds familiar, but I don't know where from.
Because it is familiar, didn't you play Sister Location?
I've played Sister Location, I just don't know who that is. It's the fucking... the voice, right? I'm just playing the voice repeat, you know? Balora's Oratorium, or whatever the fuck. That's playing in my head on repeat, but I don't know who that is. It says... so the main character, Jake, is being tucked in, and, you know, his mother's trying to make it comfy for him, but he says that, you know, last time he was comfy was 3 years ago when he was 6, so that means he would have to be 9 or 10 now? And I don't know, like he's going on about, like, it's cramped, even though it's not cramped in the sense of, oh, you know, there's just 2 people here. It's cramped of all the regrets and hopes and dreams and yada yada yada. But so I thought maybe it was, you know, his bedtime, but it clearly said there's still children playing out in the, like, sprinklers and stuff. So he's probably, either something's wrong with him where he can't go out as often, or maybe his parents are just more strict. Well, good luck. The name sounds familiar. I just can't picture who that is. Ballora. Bull or I. And he's just describing the sound of the sprinklers, the playful squeals of the outside. I'm pretty sure his mother's name is pronounced Marge, but my brain keeps trying to connect it or correct it as Margie. Oh.
Every time I hear Marge, I just think of Marge.
I think of, oh, Homer. I think I'm getting the vibe.
I don't know why, but when I see the Simpsons' full name, they just sound weird now, like Marge Simpson.
Damn, Jake. But I guess that's fair. Oh.
I tried getting PS Plus yesterday, but it didn't auto boot. My region doesn't exist on PlayStation. How great.
I'm not trying to laugh. I'm sorry to hear about that. So by the clues I'm getting here, Jake might... Oh,
Does
shit.
PayPal ask for your region?
I was gonna say Jake might have... I'm not sure. I don't use PayPal. Jake might... I was gonna say Jake might have cancer, but I don't know if you know what cancer is. Do I have to dumb it down? Like, Jake is very, very ill. He's not well. Or, if you're going to be blunt with it, God does not personally like Jake. Sorry. I'm so sorry. That's such a fucked up thing to say. Oh, forgive me. That is such a fucked thing to say.
You think I don't know cancer?
I don't know. Do 12-year-olds usually know what cancer is? Because that's not really a thing I assume they would know. I mean, sure, maybe sometimes when a family member passes away, a parent might have to explain it to them. But otherwise, why would a 12-year-old need to know what cancer is? So, his mother passed away, and I'm guessing Marge isn't Jake's mother, but like a caretaker. And that's why he can't go outside. He's talking about, like, you know, saying Marge, like, you know, Marge is always wearing mascara, and he's like, I don't think you need, like, makeup. I think you're pretty the way you are. And, you know, she likes the compliment, but she still wears makeup despite the heat, right? And he's like, oh, are you waiting for a handsome guy, maybe when you open the door or whatever? And she's like, I'm not really in the market. I'm still pretty young. I'm 27. He's like, I don't think that's young. I think that's pretty old. Damn it. But compared to Jake's age, that probably is, like, old. where it's describing that she has like a smiley face t-shirt, but it's like stretched and it all almost looks like the smiley face is winking. Like he's trying to, like, I don't want to bother anybody. Like, bothering people, my guy, you have cancer. Like, if you ask for something, you're not bothering anyone. Who's gonna be bothered by a cancer patient asking for something? Like, it's too cold in here, you know? It's like, what? Someone's gonna respond, well, I mean, it's not like you're gonna be here any longer, so just hold on tight. You're not gonna be around here anytime soon, so...
What type of cancer does
I'm
he
not
have?
sure. I'm just going off of that.
Or is
He's
it not
stuck in bed. He
specified?
has a bald head. Or maybe, sorry, maybe it might not be cancer, but some other illness. But I just jumped straight to cancer because I don't know many other illnesses that make you bedridden and bald. And he's saying that sometimes he will space out because he anywhere not to think about where his life is, and sometimes because of that it's hard to pay attention when people are, he doesn't want to ignore people, but thinking about how, you know, how sucky it is to have cancer, he just kind of spaces out. I don't think it's specified yet, because this is only... See, I wish every time they start a new story, I wish they would go back to, like, page 1, because I'm on page... Right? I'm technically on page 3, but it's technically 86, so it's hard to say, you know? But it's basically the start of the story. And she's like, you know, how do you feel about some type of soup, vegetable soup? And he's like, well, it is a hot day, but I don't want to be a bother. Maybe some crackers? And, you know, she's like, oh, well, you know, she's like, you know, she basically is like, don't feel bad for yourself, you know? You know, don't have a pity party, yada, yada. Like, not as a dick thing to say, but, like, trying to, like, you should... You know, don't think of yourself as a problem when asking, right? Like, oh, could I have a glass of water? Or like, I don't want to bother you. Yeah, like, don't do that. You're not a problem. You're not a bother. You know, you don't have to have a pity party, is what she's saying. And he's gazing out the window, you know? And basically, she's gently coddling him because he is spacing out.
So far nothing scary.
Yeah, nothing scary. Because it's like, I'm hoping this has a happy ending, because most of the time, it's just people who are unfortunate. You're telling me some fucking animatronic is gonna attack a cancer patient? What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm hoping nothing bad happens to him. Like, he's like, oh, for my Make-A-Wish, I want to finally go to, you know, Freddy Fazbear's because I was always poor and wasn't able to go there. And they start pushing him into a wheelchair, right? And they're doing their little, like, song and dance, right? And something happens, so, like, they're not bolted down properly, and like, so like Freddy's whole body leans off stage and crushes the kid with cancer with his fucking full metal weight.
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza is the pizza for you and me.
Gritty gray, pizza for you and me.
I don't know why, but I got the most weird version of a FNAF song, emoji skull. I'd rather not say.
Oh, well, that's even sadder. Damn. So I don't know if... I'm a bit confused because I think she's trying to say positive, but, you know, because she's like saying shit like, this too shall pass, things are looking up, all is well, you know, there's always a storm, you know, before a sunshine or some shit, and saying, you know, you'll get through this, you know, and I think that's just her trying to be positive, right? And, you know, when he didn't really answer, she was like, okay, crackers it is, right? And, you know, he's like, yeah, thanks. She's like, you know, no problem. And then a fly starts buzzing around. She's like, how the fuck did you get in here? What the fuck? And apparently there's a secret hole where he didn't tell Maggie or Margie or whatever. Let's just say Marge, right? She didn't tell Marge about the hole because he liked when flies visited. He liked the sound they made. He has an old broken computer, but he has a laptop that he would always use because he had questions, and it's like a portal that always had the answer, you know? And said that, you know, flies only live for about 28 days, so they have to live, you know, for the most that they can. And that makes me kind of feel bad for flies, but they're really annoying, so, you know, it subsides, you know. And he's like, well, they have 28 days. Why can't I hurry up and do whatever with the time I have left? I can't, because I'm bedridden. and he basically asks her, I'm guessing this is the stepmother, because he asked, where's dad, or when is dad visiting, right? So I assume this is the stepmother rather than a caretaker. And she's like, he calls her name, and she's like, yeah, what's up? It's like, when is dad gonna call? And her smile kind of wavers a bit. It's like, oh, I don't know. He'll call when he can. And Jake's like, yeah, I know. He's like, well, he thinks about you all the time. And Jake responds, I don't think that's true. And curious, Marge raises an eyebrow and goes, why not? Well, he's a good soldier, which implies that he's in the army, right? And she's like, of course he is. And he says, so he has to concentrate on what he's doing. I bet he doesn't think about me when he's concentrating on his job. Mother's dead, stuck with basically a new mom that he doesn't really connect with. And the father's not around to keep him company, and he's bedridden, having to listen to other children play outside while he's stuck here, not being able to do anything. He's not comfortable at all. Been years since he's been comfortable. That really sucks of a situation he's in. Okay, so we're on page 90. And the end, I'm not reading the end page, I'm simply reading the number. So we're on page 90. And it ends on page 159. Damn.
$159. Wow. We're gonna be here for 5 hours.
I hear the creaking in the walls. Like little, Well, that's usually how it is, It's always a couple hours, so... But there's creaking in the walls, like the metal slats in my bed, but... Must be my brother's bed on the other side, I can hear it.
I don't know why, but sometimes when it's nighttime I'm staying up for praying, I fall asleep and I hear someone say my name.
That might be some family member telling you might have to continue praying if you fall asleep during praying.
No, before the prayer. If I fall asleep, there's always like some entity that wakes me up.
Well, I mean, do you believe in the afterlife? Maybe it was a past family member simply looking after you, waking you up so you can probably sleep in your bed rather than on the floor or wherever you woke up from, telling you to get better rest. But that's just a theory. Fair enough.
They were all sleeping.
Jake tells her that it's okay if he doesn't really think about him because he doesn't want him to lose concentration and shoot himself in the foot accidentally, motioning, mimicking shooting his foot, right? And, Marge laughs like, yeah, that wouldn't be good at all. And they both, joked and laughed. And he asked Marge as she's leaving if he could have extra crackers, right? And she's like, I mean, I can, but are you extra hungry? I'm like, well, he's like, no, but you're supposed to do that when you have guests over, right? And she's like, when are we having guests over? Like, oh, well, Simon. And I'm guessing Simon is a fucking rat in the cupboard that's just eating the fucking food. And saying, like, Simon likes a lot of stuff that I like. He likes peanut butter, he likes chocolate, but he doesn't like banana. If you make a peanut butter sandwich with banana in it, he'll take the banana out. And she's like, huh, well, I can definitely do that. He's like, well, I gotta apologize. I gotta apologize as well. And she's like, what for? He's like, well, I haven't really been offering anything yet, and I feel bad, She's like, well, I'm sure he's not mad, right? And, Jake, a little bit upset, he's like, I hope so. Well, I'll still be here in 20 minutes. As you said, this is going to take hours to read. Well, rubbing his foot, she says, I know so, saying that, he's not mad. I assume the rat king lingers. And as she, goes to get the crackers, he just kind of talks about all the posters that have a theme of, verses, science, baseball. Apparently his father had a friend that was a painter and painted a baseball game being played on the moon. And he's like, I wish I could be there for real. But he wouldn't. I don't have any type of bookmark. I have a folded piece of paper for the Scott Pilgrim book, but long haul, baby. Again, like I was saying before, right? I couldn't say anything because SP was here, but now that he's gone to pray, I can talk about it. The reason is talking about oh, the smiley face is stretched because oh damn, Really, the creative Five Nights at Freddy's saying this bitch has massive titties that is stretching her smiley face shirt? Well, that's kind of kinky. I guess I'm not. It's. I feel like maybe it's not that I don't want to read these books. It's more I don't have anyone to read to, and I guess that's kind of burning me out. So I got distracted. Oh, so I was right. So basically, he's bored and looking around at his posters and like how the curtains flutter in a certain motion because of the fan. And usually, he has this cupboard, right? He had this cupboard when his mom, dad, and him moved into, pardon me, all moved in together, and that was always there. He paid no attention to the cupboard, but now recently, that's where Simon lives. I don't know what Simon is. Yeah, and he's like, he clicks his iPad on to see if he can beat his score in this fucking maths game or whatever, and it's like, oh, okay, it's 5 o'clock, so 4 more hours until, bedtime, and surprisingly, he's really fucking excited for bedtime. Understandably, he explains, like, oh, well, that's because, like, it's not just sleep, but, like, it's not just bedtime itself, but it's also, the sleep part that he likes, because that way he can do things and be himself in ways that he couldn't dream of, or literally he could dream of, where being asleep is way better than being awake for him, which is totally understandable, right? And then it cuts to Marge, right? Putting laundry in these fucking old, like, the era of whatever else, right? Like, it's these washing machines and shit, but, like, they are fucking fossils of what they could be now, but, they can't afford a new one, because I honestly don't blame her. Fucking inflation's a fucking cunt. Honestly. And she's like, oh, well, they wish, or she wishes that they could bring Jake, like, down here, right? But the problem with that is, like, it's way too damp. And because of, this is like the second, let me see. The second day round of chemo, right? And it's saying that basically his immune system is isolated. A simple cold due to his chemo and radiation treatment, it would literally fucking kill him. So he has to be upstairs. And she's like, I should probably get him his crackers, but I just need a minute, right? Because it's really unfair, right? Because strange that it's like, oh yeah, they could barely afford a new washing machine, but I guess that's because they're paying more than what they need to for her to take care of him. So it's not like a stepmother. They are paying her to help him, right? Or take care of him. And she's like, I would have fucking done it for free because I see him as my own son. And the shit he's been through is just unreasonable, right? Completely unreasonable. Because, completely unreasonable because first, his mother fucking gets murdered, then he gets sick. Now his father's not here because I assume he's in the military, either forcefully enlisted or doing this for money and simply doing it for his son. shit. Fuck. This is like, it's easier to describe bits and pieces, and like when there's little words, but like, just to make it easier on myself, right? Do you mind if I read these 2 pages for you? She says, that Jake can only have 2 more rounds. They've already gone beyond the usual number of treatments for this protocol. The tumor is still growing. She paused, swallowed, then continued. But the darkest rain clouds bring the brightest rainbows. I'm not giving up hope. Nobody is. All the doctors are working hard to find the right combination of treatments. All the nurses are pulling for him. Jake's a favorite on the oncology wing. How could he not be? He's a sweetheart, so appreciative of everything that's been done. I mean, even when they're sticking him with needles, pumping him full of toxic medicine, and he's barfing his guts out, he still says thank you for taking care of me. He's a saint, a fucking saint. Marge ran a hand through her damp hair. She pulled out a baby monitor she kept in her pocket. It was on, of course it was, but she checked it compulsively when she was in the basement, or when she had to go outside to take out the trash or mow the grass. At least she hadn't had to mow for a couple weeks. Everything's been browned out in the heat. Sometimes when she looked at the brittle glass and the withered plants surrounding the house, she felt like the foliage was tuned into Jake. As his light dimmed, so did everything else on the property. She looked at the monitor again. She didn't want to miss it if Jake called out to her. Not that he did very often. He usually just waited until she was in the room to ask for what he needed. Once she went in his room and found out he'd thrown up all over himself, but he hadn't called her. I knew you were in the basement. I didn't want to make you come up the stairs more than you have to already, he'd say. A saint. Marge turned on the recorder app. I wish I started this when I first came here to work, but I've only just got this phone and this app. I wanted to record everything I can remember about being with Jake and then keep up with daily stuff from now on, she sighed. I never thought I'd work here for this long. It was supposed to be a transitional job because I didn't get the internship I applied for. I kind of needed to eat. Evan, his father, obviously was desperate to find someone to take care of Jake. And then, of course, I fell in love with this kidder, and so, well, I can do my photography and drawing later. After he gets well. Marge tapped the pause button on her app. She heard the falseness in her voice when she said after he gets well. She was more worried than she'd admit. She hit the record button. Jake has what he calls a pine nut. It's actually his version of the acronym for what he has, PNET, which stands for Primitive Neurodemental Tumor. Ectodermal tumor. That's a fancy name for a kind of tumor, and a specific kind of PNET is a pinoblastomai. When Evan explained all this to Jake as best he could, Jake said, "Cool, I have a pine nut." He was barely 6 years old at the time. I don't think he thinks it's so cool now. He's had all the treatment they can throw at his kind of tumor and nothing's working. His headaches and double vision are getting worse.
Ah, they said it! They said it! Ah!
She explains that they tried removing the tumor, but they didn't get all of it, and what was left grew back to regular size and even bigger. And, as she said, there's a storm before every, cloud of rainbows, and she paused it before saying the odds are against her, because she knows if she says that, it's gonna come true. she basically wipes her tears away and, goes upstairs and gets the crackers for him and goes, batter up. Giving him the crackers, and he's holding on to a bat. It's a plushie of a bat. It's a plushie of a baseball bat she kind of sewn together when, 3 years ago when she first became his nanny. Because he said, he's too, grown up to sleep with the bear, and he regrets saying that, but every time his dad goes, "There's my little man," he feels like a child wanting to cuddle with a bat, right? Even though the bat has a dumb, goofy face and a googly eyes, he sees it's much more manlier to cling to the bat, and Marge understood this, And he's saying goodnight and stuff, and he basically closes his eyes and pretends. He usually flicks the light off and, says goodnight and leaves, right? And but she's just sitting on the edge of his bed watching him. And he tried to even out his breathing to pretend to go to sleep, but she just kept watching him. Because Simon doesn't like to come out when she's in the room. Usually when she says goodnight and leaves with the light off, he, comes out to play. But she's just watching him. Yo, welcome back. Yeah, so just explain that Jake here has a very aggressive form of brain cancer. And he's basically saying, when she looks at Jake, what does she see? Does she see what he sees when he glimpses himself in the mirror? Palish skin, green eyes, dark bags, deep cheekbones, a bald head. He says he hadn't been able to see the real Jake in a long time. Oh. Oh. Oh no.
Is it me, or why is summer break going so fast? Please go slow like a snail.
Yeah, sometimes it's like that. Oh, that's sad.
Me this year sucked.
Let me read these 2 pages. Like, I know I read, like, the other 2 pages, but this is a fucking plot twist. I thought Simon was, like, you know, an animal that he talks to. No, it's a fucking dude in his closet, right? Basically explains what he used to look like. Curly brown hair that would block his eyes. And then he'd wait for the creaking between the green rug and the wooden floorboards. It basically, he knows when she's about to leave, right? And he's like, when she does leave, he's like counting, and it takes 17 seconds before he hears the voice, right? He waited, he counted. It only took 17 counts before he heard the voice coming through the little cabinet door. "Hi, Jake." The first night Simon had talked to Jake, Simon had made it clear that he would be in the cabinet until Jake got well enough to walk to the cabinet, open the door, and find him. "When you can do that, I'll be here waiting for you." At first, Jake thought that was weird, but he didn't want Simon to leave, so he accepted it. Sometimes he wondered why Simon had to talk to him from the inside of the cabinet, but he was just having so much fun talking with his friend that he forgot to care about it. "So, what did you do today?" Simon asked. Jake sighed. "It wasn't a great day. Usually 2 days after chemo I do okay, but I threw up." Simon made a sound. "No, what did the real Jake do today?" Oh yeah, Jake wasn't sure why he often forgot Simon's rules. Jake wasn't supposed to talk about things the way they were. He was supposed to talk about the things the way they'd be if he were a normal kid, able to do normal things. He grinned. "I played. Oh, wait, I almost forgot. Would you like some crackers? I have some out here for you." Jake waved his hand towards the little plate of crackers sitting on his nightstand. A small glass of juice sat next to it. Marge had said, "Simon will need something to wash down the crackers." "That's very nice of you, Jake," Simon said. "But no, thank you. I'll be here until it is time for you to find me." Jake realized he hadn't really thought through his idea to offer Simon something to eat. "I could push the crackers towards the door," he said. Simon laughed. "That's okay. It's enough that you thought about giving me some. Makes me feel good. Thanks." "Okay. Now tell me, what did you do today?" "Oh, well, I played in the sprinkler today with my friends." "Which friends?" "The Henderson kids, you know, Patty and Davy and Vic, and the twins from across the street. Ellie and Elvie were there, and Kyle Clay and Garrett from the street behind us. We were trying to see who could slide the farthest." Just testing audio, testing audio. Slide the farthest. Okay, audio's fine, sorry. I'm just making sure that I could be heard. I thought it was a rat. It's a dude hiding in his fucking closet. "When you're well, come and open the closet. Then you can finally find me." Just skimming. Ah, shit. Like, I want to keep reading, like, as Simon, but I don't want to, like, overdo it. You get what I'm saying? Okay. How do I go? It's a lot of reading, and I'm not against reading.
Yeah, I get it.
But, like, it's hard to describe what's going on when it's just text. There's like 4 fucking pages. 4 fucking pages of just Simon and him talking, which I'm not against because I'm really curious. What the fuck is Simon? How about I'll read Simon's pages, but the one with Marge, I'll explain it, but I won't read it word for word. You slid in the grass when it got really wet. Simon's voice, already a little higher than Jake's, went even higher. He sounded really excited. I did that today too. Wait, I did that today too, Simon said. And I got grass stains on my knees. They're still green. Jack laughed. Mine too. Cool. What else did you do? Well, before we ran in the sprinklers, we played softball in the park. That's why it was so good to be in the sprinkler later. It was really hot in the park. I sweated like crazy. Was the ground really dry? It was really dry when I played, and so when I slid first, I scuffed up my knee. You should see the marks. Wait, what? I'm a bit confused on who's reading. Like... Because the way it is explained almost feels like that whole bit, like... Sorry if I'm a bit confused. It's like, that whole bit, then it goes, I got some scrapes too, Jake said, implying that the previous statement was from Simon. They're not bad, though. It didn't hurt. Mine didn't hurt either, but my knees feel like sandpaper. I think it's fun. My dad once said stuff like that. It is a badge of honor. Yeah, I like that. Jake smiled and reached. Because the part where it's like talking about my dad once said, you would think that's like Jake talking, but it said, yeah, I like that. I like that. Jake smiled, implying that he's responding to what Simon said. But okay, so I'm guessing Simon's also playing pretend with Jake. So part of my confusion. Jake smiled and reached for his perfectly smooth knee. He imagined that it felt rough. If he concentrated, he could make his fingers believe he had scrapes on his knees. He even could feel a little sting on his skin. So, did you make it? Make it where? To first base, when you slid. Jake grinned. Sure I did. Then I stole the second too. Way to go. Then what happened? I got to third on a deep fly ball. Super cool. I started trying for home on the next fly ball, but it wasn't far enough, and Clay caught it easily, so I had to run back to third. Can of corn. What? That's what my grandpa called those easy fly balls. How come? Simon laughed. You always like to know why, right? Sure, Jake would have looked it up on his tablet, but he had to keep his eyes closed. Yeah, I'd like to know why too, so I asked my... Wait, sorry. Yeah, I'd like to know why too. So I asked my grandpa, and he said the can of corn thing could have started in a couple of ways. The first way was because of when they used to sell groceries in small stores with high shelves. The man who owned the store, they were called grocers, Grandpa said, would use long poles to knock cans of vegetables off high shelves, catch them in their aprons. Corn was the most popular vegetable, so that's why it made its way into the saying. I think I saw one of those grocers in the Western movie once, Jake said. Yeah, me too. It was just like Grandpa said. So what's the other way? Oh, yeah. Well, Grandpa said can of corn could have started because many years ago games were played in cornfields.
I don't know why I think this is relaxing.
I'm glad to hear that. I like reading as Simon because it's it's a mixture of not horror, but the sense of unease, right? The unknown. I'm not trying to make it scary, but untrustworthy. You get what I'm saying? But maybe I was worried maybe it sounded a little annoying, but then I'm like, I like reading it like that. That's cool. Yeah, but I think it would be way hard to find the ball under those big, tall corn plates. It would be like playing baseball and hide and seek at the same time. Jake laughed. That's funny. Simon laughed too. So what finally happened in the game? Well, Vic hit a double, so I ran home. Awesome. It was fun. So what did you do after the game? We went for ice cream. I love ice cream. What flavor did you get? Chocolate, duh, Simon laughed. I had chocolate ice cream today too, and I ended up spilling some on my shirt. Did you do that? Yeah, I did. Right on my shirt. Sometimes chocolate stains don't come out in the wash. Oh, well, if it didn't, we'll remember that ice cream for a long time, right? Yeah, but I bet you're right, Jake said. He yawned.
I'm literally eating ice cream already.
Sounds like you're tired. How about I come back tomorrow night? Jake wanted to say he could stay awake, but he really couldn't. Okay, I like that. Me too. Good night, Jake. Good night. Sorry, I didn't mean to spook you. What I'm worrying about is that... Okay, want to know my theory of what's going to happen? My theory is that... So, I think it's opening the closet. It may be metaphorical, right? Hear me out, right? because we know he's not gonna get better. At least I don't think he's not gonna get better. So what I think is, when he finally passes away, he'll feel a lot better and he'll think he's fine, but it's just his spirit, right? And I think when he goes to open the door, the thing in the closet is Jake, right? But it's a physical Jake, right? So he'll simply swap places and pretend to be the real Jake and live a life. Well, Jake's soul will probably be locked in the closet and he'll be Simon. And I bet he's like, I don't like Simon anymore. And then they have to throw the cupboard away because he probably only kept it around because Simon was there. And because now that Simon is free, they're going to throw away the cupboard that has Jake's soul, right? What do you think?
That's a good theory.
It cuts to Marge waking up to a phone call, right? And she gets up quickly to try and make sure, hoping Jake is asleep, so that she can surprise her, because it's surprise him because it's his father, right? And he's in the military, so he can't always call. And they're basically bantering back and forth. And so he's like, how's my little man? She's like, he's just as strong as his father. And he's like, flattery doesn't work on a soldier. And it's just adorable little back and forth. And he's like, is there any reason why, wait, it says, is there anything you need to tell me? What do you mean? You're the one who fucking called. And she's like, oh yeah, you want, because you don't know when these calls will be cut short, right? And so like, assuming like, oh, I want, getting him to be able to talk to his father.
These stories are actually pretty good.
They honestly are. Something that I've noticed, right? So, she says, yeah, like, I've already emailed you about the chemo results, so you're up to date. But, like, are you ready to, talk to Jake? And he's like, yeah, totally. And she quickly runs into Jake's room and like points to the phone like, hey, I got your dad on the phone. And like he busts like, whoa, pardon me, sorry. He bursts up like very bright-eyed and like for a second like very bright-eyed excited before the pain returned to him as she hands him the phone and she's getting the pillows ready, right? And so he gets comfortable and he's like, how's my little man? He's like, your little man's been all right, but Marge has been so mean to me like usual. And the dad's like, is that really now? And as she's leaving, she can hear him like genuinely laughing, and that warms her heart. And then like it cuts to the next night, right? And he tried talking to Simon, right? Like, if you're still here, I want to read the Simon bit and tell me, like, I'm noticing a pattern, right? And I want you to pay attention and try and listen to what I say and what pattern, like, I see, right? That night, Jake forgot again and tried to tell Simon about his conversation with his dad and his appointment with Dr. Betterman. And Betterman? Fucking hell. And as usual, Simon said, I want to hear about what the real Jake did today. Oh, yeah, right. Jake wondered why he couldn't remember that, but he'd worry about that later. Today, my dad and I went to the movies, Jake said. He figured the real Jake would have a dad who was at home to do things with him. Really? What did you go see? It was a sci-fi movie about robots. Oh, that sounds great. I went to the movies too. I had popcorn. Did you have popcorn? Yeah. I bet you got butter all over your face, right? And on your clothes. Did you get some popcorn stuck in your teeth? I sure did. Yeah, I did, right between my two front teeth. Cool. What else did you do today? My friends and I built a fort out of sticks in the backyard. Same friends you played with yesterday? Uh-huh. It was hot and we needed more shade, so we built shade. I mean, not really. We built a fort, though. Can you notice something like peculiar about their conversation. I don't know if you're still here, if I'm just talking to myself, but like, because I want to share my thoughts, right? But I want to know if you can point them out as well.
Yeah.
Because my theory about him trying to be the real Jake really, like, I'm starting to believe it a little bit, because like, he asks, what did you do today? And Jake's like, oh, I've been to the movies. And Simon also says, what a coincidence, I also went to the movies. Did you get popcorn? Yeah, I got popcorn. I got popcorn as well. Am I the only one that's seeing this? Even before, it's like, I played with friends before too. I also played baseball. I also did this, that, and the third. Almost like he's trying to mimic, you know?
He basically does the same thing.
Yes, exactly. So it's not just me. It feels like he's trying to mimic, you know, he's trying to mimic him, but he specifically asks him first, what did he do today? So he can learn what to mimic about. Because if he asks, hey Simon, what did you do today? He would probably, you know, he wouldn't have anything to mimic, because, you get what I'm saying?
Maybe he is lying.
I mean, yeah. But like, I just feel like it keeps going like, why is like, what did you do today? You went to the movies? I went to the movies. You had popcorn? I also had popcorn, you know? He's like, oh, I had ice cream. I also had ice cream. What flavor did you have? I had chocolate. I love chocolate, you know? I love building forts. I built one,
Yeah, it
too.
seems like he's just
I got a
mimicking him.
splinter. Did you get a splinter? Jake felt his index finger and said, yeah, I did. I still have this little brown mark under my skin on the end of my finger from when I got a splinter once. Another badge of honor? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? Like, maybe it's just innocent, but with the story of the real Jake, it almost feels like he's trying to learn everything about him, his likes, his dislikes, what he likes to do, his friends. It feels like he's trying to be Jake. You know what would be really trippy? If he, hear me out, right? What would be really trippy if he finally is able to get strength, right? And he opens, he opens the cupboard and there's just a shattered mirror. How fucking trippy would that be?
T would be so trippy. T would be so trippy.
Like, it was like metaphorical that Simon wasn't real, but the hope and strength for him to get stronger. Like, without Simon, he would have withered away of boredom and literal cancer, you know, like months ago. But because Simon kept him company and kept him so energized, it helped him live through this traumatic experience, and he got better, right? And, you know, it was like, my final gift to you, a thank you and a goodbye. We may never meet again, but don't fret, as I'll always be with you. As he opens the door and it's just a cracked mirror, it's just you. It cuts to Marge, right? And it explains her, so it's like, there's the first floor has like bathroom, toilets, kitchen, lounge room. The second floor kind of, is like, has like Jake's room and like a half room. Oh, there's Jake's room and office, and there's like a half room, right? So think of, I don't know if you've seen Harry Potter, but when Harry's under the staircase, but take the room under the staircase and place it just above, so like it's a half room, you know? And she goes on explaining that she doesn't like her height, but this height is perfect for the job she has to look after Jake because of this room. Like, before, like, she would there's like a fucking tree a foot away. Yeah, there's a tree a foot away. So she'd sometimes reach out and, like, grab an apple, which I don't think is the best idea because you don't know if it's ripe or not, if there's worms in there, you know? Like, but... like, nowadays she's annoyed because there's a massive fan that is like as loud as a jet engine, and she's worried that it'll drown out the sound of Jake, right? He's like, did Jake say something? No. And she basically hits the record. She hit the record on her, app, like, oh, well, Jake was doing well today, although he did have, like, a few crackers. But if I didn't, like, know any better, I'd say he'd hate my cooking. And she kind of gives a forced laugh, but then, paused the app, because she knows that when she first came here, he loved her lasagna and mac and cheese, but now he's barely eating anything, right? And she basically tried to force herself to go to sleep, right? It says, the next night, Jake told Simon about the pizza he and his friends had after they ran through the sprinklers again. I had pizza too, Simon said. Did you get pizza sauce on your clothes and all over your face? I sure did, Jake laughed. Yep, I think I still have some there. No, wait, sorry. Yep, I think I still have some there. He thought. He tasted tomato and garlic at the corner of his mouth. Wow, he was getting good at this imagining thing, because all he really had for dinner was a couple of bites of scrambled eggs and 2 bites of toast. He still felt bad about all the food he wasted when he said so to Marge. She said, "Oh, don't worry, I'll box it up and send it to needy kids." Unfortunately, like, I'm not really a pizza fan, not because I don't like it, but I'm very stingy with my taste, and a lot of them just, they're not they're not bad, but, it just, some of the aftertaste or how they're made, it just, I deem poorly, and so I'd just rather not have pizza.
I only like Pizza Hut pizza. Are the small breaks you're reading the pages so you can explain?
That is... Yeah. So the small silent breaks is me. I like to read each page and then explain what's happening, so I don't like stumble over my words, like trying to explain it while I'm reading it. It would be very, very distracting. So he feels bad, you know, about not eating all the food, and Marge is like, oh, don't worry, we'll send it to some needy children. And basically Jake thinks of like I don't know what, like, maybe it's my brain thinking it's a dick thing to laugh at, but it's like, so he's laughing because he's like, but the food will spoil, it's no good. But my brain thinking that he's laughing about sending spoiled food through the mail to starving children. It's just like, just this gooey, disgusting, smelly mess, and he's laughing about it. He's not laughing because of that, but he's laughing at how silly it'd be to send food. I mean, it really depends on what you call needy, but I guess technically you're right. Yeah, he's like, it'll spoil, and she's like, that'd be very bad, and they both say together, like, that'd be very, very bad, and they're laughing about it, right? And she goes, how about this? How about we take some of your allowance and take it to a place to feed children? And apparently Jake gets very, very, like, he's a pure soul. He gets very excited, like, yes, yes, yes. It's like, it's dinner time. So, and then like it cuts between Marge and Simon. It's like, so what else did you do? Simon asked. Jake immediately felt bad that he'd been thinking about Marge while Simon was here. Oh, well, after we had pizza, we went to the twins' house. They have air conditioning, and we were all really hot. What did you do there? We finger painted. Can you believe it? I haven't done that since I was little. Oh, I love finger painting. Oh, that cool sloppy paint. I did that today too, and I got a different color under every one of my fingernails. Did you do that? I bet you did. Jake smiled at the thought of rainbows of colors under his nails. Yes, I did that too. Now my fingers are rainbows. Yes, exactly. Mine too. Jake was going to say something else about the paint, but instead he yawned. You're getting tired? Simon asked. A little. That's okay. I can leave you so you can go to sleep. But hey, remember what I told you. When you're well enough to walk around and do stuff, then you can come open the cabinet door. I'll be here waiting for you when it's time, okay? Okay. And then it cuts to Marge stepping onto the porch, right? And in one of she almost shits herself because she sees a dark silhouette, like, in one of the neighbor's yard, and it was like, the neighbor like, oh shit, sorry, didn't mean to, scare you. And she has like a blue, like, I don't know why, it's like a blue swimsuit, like, playing in the sprinklers, but it's fucking night out, it's like bedtime. Like, why the fuck is she still wearing that? And she gets closer into the light so that Marge can see her properly. And like, didn't mean to startle you, sorry. And it's like, were you running through the sprinklers? And she, like, laughs a bit, like, yeah, I don't know why. This part sounds, like, out of context. It sounds really fucked. It says, Gillen grinned, tall and broad shoulders. Gillen had the weathered face and flyaway sun-bleached hair of the farmer's wife, even though she was married to an accountant. She once told Marge she got her rugged looks from running after half of the neighborhood children. Out of context, that doesn't sound good at all. That sounds so fucking horrible. Oh, no worries, no worries. We're all theorizing here. So, like, we're in the same boat, so I don't really have to worry about spoilers, or at least with you, because we're both in the same boat. We're both reading it, and we're both figuring out what happened.
Sup. Skipping some comments. Isn't Jake a needy child? Oh yes, let me give a rotten apple to starving kids, totally fine. Of course he says that. I bet you when is able to walk help open the cabinet and he will. The message up there isn't a spoiler, it's a correction, just so you know. Bro, if they made a movie about the books it would be legendary.
Oh, I saw a comment, right? Oh, I saw a comment and it made me fucking cringe. It hurt me emotionally. And I guess I can understand where they're coming from, but it still hurt me. 'Cause like, I don't know if you've seen, so I don't know if you, okay, I understand if you haven't read the Into the Pit book, but have you seen any gameplay of the game? Where like there's a section of the book, right? Do you mind if I spoil a little bit of it, or if I can completely continue reading if you don't want to be spoiled? But I just need to know so I can explain what I'm cringing about, because I don't want to spoil the story for you.
I played the entire game, my favorite in the franchise.
Ah, okay, right. So, I don't know if it's in the game or not, but you know when when Pit Bonnie basically drags Oswald, back home and is pretending to be his father? It's this basically someone made an animation who's like, I am your dad. Nuh-uh, the fuck you mean nuh-uh? And like, it's a funny animation, but someone said this is basically Oswald and Pit Bonnie's relationship in the game, and it bothered me because it's based on the fucking book. What do you mean the game? And that made me cringe. I'm like, it's based on the book, you fucking idiots! And I know there's a game, but the game is based on the book to say, oh, that's basically their relationship in the game. It fucking hurt me. Oh, fuck. Oh, that hurt me so much.
Based on the game, seriously, bro is living under a rock.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I know it's a game. Like, this is basically their relationship in the game. Like, it's basically their relationship in the fucking book it's based on, and it just bothered. Like, I know, it made me cringe. I'm reacting over nothing, but it hurts. It's basically the equivalent of fucking watching like some media like, that's the guy from Fortnite. Oh, I got psychic damage from that. Like, oh, it's Wolverine, that's the guy from Fortnite. Oh, fuck, it hurt me. So Marge basically asks the neighbor, like, are you really playing outside this late? And she explains, like, oh, well, you know, fun isn't just for, you know, kids, but, you know, it's embarrassing when I'm around my daughter. So, you know, I just wait until the light goes out or whatever, like when it gets dark. It's just like, do you want to come with me? Like, you know, have a bit of fun. And she thinks about it, like, sure, why not? But then she reaches into her pocket and, like, takes out the baby monitor and is looking at it. And the neighbor sees she looking at it, like, oh, I got an idea, right? And she runs back into her house, right? And she's just staring at the baby monitor, worried, right? And she saw the star constellation, the Big Dipper. I'm gonna be honest, I only know the Big Dipper from Gravity Falls. That's the only way I know it's a fucking star constellation. And she basically, the neighbor comes back out, right? She comes back out and has like a Ziploc bag. Look, this way you can hear it if he calls and it won't get wet. And Marge is like, you're a fucking genius. And basically, you know, they go and have fun and spent like an hour playing and splashing in like the water and the sprinklers. And she's like, it's been a while since I've been this relaxed in months, right? And they just had a good time, and they basically went back to the porch, right? And, you know, they're laughing, and then Marge just, you know, started crying, right? And the neighbor goes, it sucks. It just sucks. He's a great kid. And, you know, Marge responds, yes, he is, in between, like, tearful sobs. The next day, Jake hears something or someone call his name from the window, and he turns his head to, like, look who called his name. It honestly would be. I think what's great about these stories is sometimes they don't explain anything. Like, they don't explain why there's a giant, giant fleshy rabbit. They don't explain why only Oswald can see him. They don't explain why there's a fucking ball pit that is a time machine. And I think that's what's interesting. Like, rather than being unsatisfied with not it explaining to you, I think it leaves it up to the imagination, you know? Like, there's a lot of things in these books of you're too focused in the main plot to think about why so-and-so, right? I think I read a bit of, like, the extra stories, only up to, like, book 2. Then I kind of stopped reading it. And their explanation, is pretty interesting. Like, the origins of Fetch. And probably why Fetch is so fucked up. I'm not gonna spoil it, but, like, it explains some of it, you know? Exactly. It's like, it doesn't explain I was gonna fucking spoiler a different story. I really don't want to spoil stories because these are really good stories and you should really experience them or have someone read them to you, or audiobooks or anything. They're really good stories, even if they hurt me emotionally.
The game, I was wondering how the Baltic leads to the past.
Fun fact, I accidentally got spoiled of I was watching someone react to Into the Pit song, and I like listening to them because they don't necessarily explain the plot, right? And someone I was watching reacted to it basically like, oh, something, you know, time traveling ballpit. I'm like, well, fuck, you know?
Spoiling is so trash.
Yeah, well, like, it's not that person's fault. I was literally watching a video about someone reacting to a song based on, you know, Into the Pit, so I really can't be mad at them for me being spoiled. But still, it kind of sucks, you know?
Empty. When FNAF Into the Pit game came out, it was the only game I didn't watch any video on until I played it.
Oh, really? I'm surprised you have that kind of money. I honestly wouldn't spend $30 on it. But that's just me.
I think I can guess what Into the Pit song it is. Is it the one made by Daka?
Oh no, Jake. Brandon's a bad influence on you. Yeah. Basically, Jake had a best friend at school, right? And when they found out about, when Jake found out about his cancer, he still tried to go to school despite his headaches, right? And, he'd be absent for a few days, like irregular, not just like every Tuesday, every Friday. It was random, right? And after the surgery, he still went half the time, right? But now that it's progressed so much, he can't leave at all. And basically, like, Brandon, his best friend, is like, "Yo, you wanna go to the arcade? Come on, don't say you enjoy being stuck inside. Come on, I miss you, dude. I really miss you. It's been forever since I've seen you."
Not go to school at all.
And he's like, "I don't know, I can't really leave." And he's like, "I mean, we could go to the arcade, and if standing is a problem, we could play the racing ones you like so much. You can just sit down." And he's like, "Oh man, I really do love the racing ones." He's like, "If you take too long, I'm gonna be a puddle. And just scoop, I'll still be here, so just scoop me up into a bowl. I'll be a melted puddle, but I'm still here." How is he gonna get out of here? Okay, so we're on 115 and there's 159. Okay, so we're making slow progress. I know, but he just wants to feel like a normal dude. He just wants to feel like a normal person. Oh no, he's going to fucking break his legs.
Did he listen to his friend Brew?
No, buddy, you should be resting. Yikes. Ooh, yikes.
You sound surprised.
That is the most disrespectful thing I've fucking heard. So he's saying like he's already dressed because he doesn't like, even though he's always bedridden, he doesn't like being in his pajamas or boxers. He wants to feel normal and get dressed, right? So he's already dressed, and it explained that he had this problem, right? That his vision has he sees double, right? So sometimes he'd reach for a sock, but you know, he'd touch the echo, which is the second thing that wasn't there. And if you think about this, it's a 2-story house. So grabbing onto something that's not there, he can't get up with his own body weight. Like, he's struggling to get, he can't even use his own body weight, where he almost like fell on the floor just trying to reach like his like slippers or whatever. And like he's like, okay, you know, like I literally weigh nothing, you know, come on body, you can do this. And basically falls back onto the mattress, right? And he's forcing himself up, and he's like stumbling and shit. He's forcing himself up with a thumping headache like behind his eyes. And like he's doing this because he wants to hang out with his friends, right? And Brandon fucking cries out, "I'm melting! I'm melting! Ah!" And he's like, "Shh, Marge might hear you. Oh, I forgot to tell you something." And he's like stumbles to the window. He's like, "Oh, hey, you can walk. Good, are you gonna get down here?" He's like, "What did you forget to tell me?" "Ah, I borrowed my brother's wagon if you need a place to, like, you know, sit down." Oh, it infuriates me. Like, "Oh, I know you have cancer and all that, but just hop in my brother's wagon. We'll drag you around like a fucking freak show." He's not literally melting. He's crying. He's pretending to cry because it's hot outside. And he's like, "Oh, you're making me wait. You're taking too long," because he has cancer and can't do shit himself. He's like, "I'm melting, ah." She's like, "Oh yeah, don't worry. If you lose balance, we'll just put you in our wagon and just drag you around like a fucking circus." Like, "I thought you might need a ride to the arcade." Can you fucking believe that?
What a disrespectful piece of...
I'm trying to figure out. I thought it was on the second story. Like, second story. That's what I'm saying. Like, "Oh, we got a wagon. We can drag you around if you get tired." not gonna jump, is he?
If this is a random question, but what time is it for you, RN?
Uh, 1:20 in the morning. Yeah, to dumb all this down, it's just a very detailed mess of him struggling to climb out the window. Like, it makes it so, like, I don't know if he's, I thought he was on the second floor. Or maybe he was on the first floor, because they said basement, so like maybe... No, because the first floor had the kitchen and bathroom and shit. It didn't have any rooms. It was because his room, also, like up the second floor, had like the father's office as well as, you know. He goes on to like, he's like, oh, this is really exciting. It's like sneaking out of school. Except, you know, except he's never done that. But it is like sneaking down to open your presents early, like, and then being disappointed because you know what you're getting. So sometimes it's better to wait. Oh, I just realized, what if the arcade is too cold and, you know, like they said, it could literally kill him if the temperature is too low.
I mean, I don't think they would have a cold temperature at an arcade. Maybe like a warm one. At least to the arcades I went to, LOL.
so he, like, Brandon called him, right? And he's like, if we can get you to this tree, do you think you can wait a little bit, you know, so I can bring the wagon around? And he's like, yeah. And, like, you know, he sets him down near the tree, and, like, it just felt like his stomach was turning and his headache was getting worse and worse, and he just threw up all over. And, you know, luckily, Brendan jumped out of the way, right? So I'm not laughing at that, but, like, jumped out of the way, and, you know, Jake didn't have the strength to look at his face, because he was too embarrassed of throwing up, feeling like a used toothpaste. And he's like, shit, you know, what are we gonna do now, you know? Like, what am I supposed to do? And just like that, Marge comes screaming out of the house like, Jake! And, like, sorry, it's not funny, sorry, but, like, you know, she trying to help, and, like, you know, well, he was, like, on the pavement, not near the tree. He was on the pavement, like, going to the tree, and then so basically she picked him up and gently rested him against the tree, away from the mess. And it's not funny, right? Sorry, it's like, wait, where is it? Yeah, the neighbor's like, I just saw what was going on, what can I do? It's like, you saw this sick, like, bull-headed child sneak out the window, and you didn't do anything? Why are you coming out now? You just saw this, you watching from the fucking window as this fucking chemo patient is sneaking out the window, and you's like, nah, not my problem. Sipping your cup of tea like, I saw it. You know what it reminds me of? Oh, it reminds me of, it's like that TikTok or one of the videos where it's like, a dude, like, gets his car hit, right? And he's like, oh, we're gonna get a massive payout. Like, no, you hit me. Like, I saw him, I saw you hit him. Like, no, not you again. Like, I didn't look, the baby's crying because he knows he's guilty. He hit me. That's what it reminded me of, right? And then, like, you know, and basically Brendan went pale, like, he's like, you know, it explains just wait. He's like, he went as pale as how Jake felt, right? And, like, they're trying to, like, sorry, they're trying to make him feel better, and Mudge straightened and pointed a finger at Brendan. You! He's like, well. He's like, I know you were doing well, but he's not well to go out. I think you should go home. He's like, I'm sorry. She's like, I know. Now get.
I just got jump-scared by the YOLO.
There's still 30 pages to go through. Yikes.
You're not going to yell at a cancer patient, are you? That is sad. So basically, Marge basically crouches down and is like, you know, not what is wrong with you, but like, what were you thinking? Trying to be soft and, you know, gentle, not trying to raise her voice. And he goes, I just wanted to feel like the real Jake. And they all kind of look at her like, ooh. He's like, look, I'm gonna go grab your wheelchair. You know, you know, promise me you won't, you know, wait, what? Like, he's like, okay, promise, pinky promise. And they pinky promise, right? And I don't know why you need a pinky promise. He can't fucking go anywhere on his own. I'm gonna go get your wheelchair. And don't you think about walking away. I would if I could, but my options are stumped right now, mother. And she's like, you just aged me several years. And he's like, so you're like, what, 100 now? And she's like, ho-de ho. That would make me 200, Miss Henderson said, the neighbor. Which is a different neighbor from the one she was playing. Like, I think that's what's really interesting. Like, the neighbors are complete fleshed out characters. A bit boring because they're just neighbors. But they're still characters, you know? Not just, oh, my nameless neighbor. They have their own families and personalities. Creativity I would like to strive for. It says, Simon came as soon as Jake closed his eyes later that evening. Even though he was going to sleep earlier than usual, his little failed adventure had drained him completely, which sucked. Hi, Jake. Hot day today, huh? So, what did you do today? Simon asked. Brendan and I were going to go to the arcade, Jake said. You mean you did go to the arcade? Oh, yeah. Yes, we went. Jake smiled as he curled up. And what did you do there? Simon asked. We had so much fun, Jake said. We played all the racing games, and I love the racing games. I love those too. I did one of those racing games today, too, and I won enough tickets to get a bunch of pencils. Did you win? I bet you won. We did. I got a smiley face eraser with my tickets. Oh,
I knew it.
Yeah, those are fun. I got one of those too. I like them because they cheer me up when I'm feeling down. Oh wait, no, I think... wait, I'm a bit confused, sorry. You feel down? Sometimes. Not very often, though. I'm too busy having fun. Yeah, me too. So, hey, did you get a slushie at the arcade? Simon asked. I got one. I got grape. It turned my tongue purple. Did you get one? Jake laughed. He stuck out his tongue and imagined it was purple. Yes, my tongue's purple too. Purple power, Simon said. Purple power, Jake repeated. Jake couldn't believe how much he really felt like he'd gone to the arcade that day. He was sure he had. Oh, we did that dance game where you step on the lighted squares. Me and Brandon, we were busting a move. I'm totally in... Sorry, shit. I was so in character I forgot to read both pages before. It's just really fun voicing Simon.
Indeed, he sounds so mysterious. I love it.
So, can she hear them talk, or... That hit me. If it's implying what I think it's implying, then that hit me really fucking hard. I'm almost about to cry. That is so sad. Oh fuck. Look, I will read. Look, I'll read both pages. Including the Marge section, right? Because if that's oh, that hurts so much. Oh my lord. Oh, if I think about it too much, I might actually start crying. Where was I?
I'm totally impressed, Jake. I mean, I'm pretty bad at those things. When I dance, I'm all like spastic and stuff.
Jake could hear clothes rustling and little breathing sounds coming from inside the cabinet, like Simon was doing a dance move just now. Pardon me. Pardon me.
You know what's funny?
Simon asked. What?
I did that dance game too, even though I'm a total spaz at it. I was so into it, I stepped on my shoelace and ended up breaking it. Have you ever done that?
I did that today.
No. So you know what that is?
Badge of honor, Jake and Simon said in unison. Then they laughed together.
What other games did you play today?
Simon asked. I played the shooting game, the one where you're shooting bad guys like robbers and stuff. Brandon wanted to shoot aliens, but I don't like shooting aliens. I like aliens. I wouldn't do the hunting one either. I don't like shooting animals. I really like animals. Okay, so shooting people, completely fine. Shooting extraterrestrials and animals, off limits.
I'm with you on that.
Jake smiled. Thinking about the arcade games he liked made him forget about needing to see Simon.
Were any of your other friends at the arcade?
Simon asked. Yeah, Jake said. A few were.
Did you play pinball?
Simon asked. Marge sat on the floor, cross-legged in the hallway outside of Jake's room. Her back was pressed against the wall. The house smelled like chocolate pudding she made for Jake a couple hours before, and the lemon polish she rubbed on the hallway's wood trims that morning. Evan didn't expect her to do things like polish woodwork, but Jake was better off with the house stayed germ-free, and she was better off when she kept moving, so when Jake slept, she found things to do. The whole house was spotless and shining. Stumped against the glossy hardwood basement, Marge let tears slide down her face. She didn't want to listen. It felt like eavesdropping, but unless she put in earplugs, she couldn't avoid hearing what Jake and his visitor, quote-unquote, were saying, and she would never put in earplugs or use earphones for that matter. She always needed to be able to hear Jake. And so she listened as Jake told Simon that he wasn't the best pinball player in the world, but he liked to try.
I do too,
Simon said. Marge got a distorted stereo effect as she listened to Simon's voice. It was coming through the door, muffled, and it was also coming through the phone she held in her right hand, which was positioned next to the backup baby monitor she held in her left hand. Marge felt a little like a magician, with magic secrets hidden behind the shimmering curtain. Well, I get self-conscious if I try and make feminine voices, and it kind of takes me out worrying about what other people hear with like, you know, you get what I mean? So, from what I think it's implying is that Marge is using a spare baby monitor and put it in the closet so she can talk to
Okay, I get it.
so she can talk to Jake. And that is so sad. To cheer him up, she's playing pretend with him to cheer him up so he doesn't have to feel alone. At least that's what I'm getting from it. Oh, that fucking hurts. At least that's the implication I got from it. Because it implies that, or maybe I'm wrong, because it did say that she can hear his voice becoming staticky through the baby monitor and muffled.
Last time.
Yeah, like it's just sad. Like, I don't know why it affected me so much, but having her be, you know, someone else to cheer up, like an imaginary friend, it is so sad.
What page are we on?
I was right. Oh. Bamboozle. We're on page 125.
Also, is your Minecraft avatar based on Blackbird? Cause for me it looks like it.
I can see how you can think that, but it's actually just, you know those in Star Wars, the fuckers, the sandcrawlers that keep, like, stealing parts and shit? Houdini! Houdini! I'll read this because it's a lot of expedition, right? If Jake got out of bed and came into the hall, he'd see how the magic worked, but he wouldn't get out of bed without Marge's help. The secret was safe. It had been Evan's idea, and Marge thought it was brilliant. Evan called Jake almost every day, and in the first few months after the tumor was found, Jake was receptive to his dad's positive encouragement. When Evan said, "Keep your chin up," Jake always said brightly, "I will." But when the surgery failed and Jake had to go through radiation and chemotherapy, he started getting sullen. For months, Evan tried to encourage Jake, and for months, Jake refused to accept cheers. Evan told Marge that they need some magic. Jake needed to believe in someone who could pull him out of the horror that was his daily life and lead him into the joy of different possibilities. And that's how Simon was born. Jake knew about the baby monitor that sat atop of his chest of drawers. He didn't like it, but he knew it was there, and he accepted the need for it. He didn't, however, know about the backup monitor that was just inside the little white cabinet. That monitor was linked with the one Marge now held, and it picked up and played Evan's disguised voice from inside the cabinet. Evan, still overseas, was Simon, quote-unquote. Evan decided Jake would be more responsive to someone his own age, so Evan downloaded a voice distorter that turned his voice into a little kid's voice. When Evan suggested the idea of becoming a little friend for Jake, a friend who lived in Jake's cabinet and only visited at bedtime, Marge wasn't sure Jake would listen to Simon anymore. Then he listened to Evan, but she went along with it. She was willing to try anything, but Jake did listen. He clearly loved the nightly visits. It made her smile when he closed his eyes right after she said goodnight. She knew he was trying to get her to leave the room faster. The more he imagined himself to be a normal little boy, Evan had told Marge, the greater the odds he can be one again someday. He has to have hope. Marge had agreed. Jake started getting sleepy while Simon was talking about pinball machines, but he wanted to hear what Simon said.
You know the secret to being really good at pinball?
What? Jake asked.
Nudge and tilt.
What does that mean?
Well, some people think it's cheating, but I don't. It's like when you kind of shove at the machine, you know, with your hip or something. Sometimes when the flippers won't do what you want, you can save a ball with a little bump, sort of.
I wish Jake stopped himself. He was about to say he wished he could try that someday. Instead, he said, "I'm going to try that the next time Brandon and I go to the arcade." Yeah, but like, how sad is that? That's fucking sad. Like, we're on page 126 and 27, but there's still so much to go through. What else? You've kind of, I wouldn't say spoiled the surprise, but you get what I mean? There's nothing left to speculate now. I mean, I know they said Simon's voice is still a little kid, but I love reading. I love how I've been doing Simon's voice, so I will still, be doing it that way, even if it's not true.
Yeah, I'm confused now.
So basically, Simon is a extra walkie-talkie that Marge uses with a voice distorter app to pretend to be someone else to give him hope.
Also, could you describe how Simon looks like, cause you give him a mysterious voice?
Well, I feel like my idea of what Simon looks like is very fucking childish and like not literal childish, but it feels kind of dumb, you know? It doesn't seem as cool as the voice. Like it seems like the idea is trying too hard, so I don't know if describing what I imagine he would look like, it would be a good idea.
You can still
Like,
say.
I imagine, like, he's, like, very, very, like, let's say, tall and lanky, right? Like, his body is distorting and, like, distorting and stretching around. Like, you know how acrobatics, or, you know, how they're very flexible? Kind of like that, where he's too big for the cupboard, so his body's distorting and bending in ways it shouldn't to fit in the cupboard. Where it's like, I imagine he's like 9 feet tall with a very like blackish purplish skin because he's constantly in the dark with like just massive eyes and a dark wide smile. Like, every time he gets out, like, if he got out of the cupboard, you hear the of his bones reconnecting or, like, relocating, because he has to, like, twist and dislocate to fit. Like, almost empty eyes with a wide black smile.
Why, hello, Jake. It's good to finally see you.
But I feel like it's trying to be scary on purpose, and it's not as cool as the voice, you know?
Good night.
After this story I think is hide and seek.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Jake yawned loudly.
I think you need to go to sleep.
Simon said. Jake mumbled, yeah, I think so too.
And remember,
Simon said,
when you can walk again, come open the door to the cabinet. I'll be here waiting for you.
I remember, Jake said, and he fell asleep. Then it goes on to, like, explaining how are they're not doing well, you know? It's like, it feels like it takes a drain out of Jake. You know, he's more tired than usual. She told him about what happened about him, the failed arcade trip, and Evan actually laughed, saying he's proud of him, but he's glad they didn't go too far, right? And they're like, you know, and they're like, they're like, that'd be bad, very, very bad, they'd say in unison, right? Which is, it explains why they say that. They're saying that he has a living relative, Evan's brother, Michael. The only living relative, it lived in Europe for years and now is back in the States. And, you know, Evan and Marge were talking to him, right? Evan and Marge were talking to him, saying, like, in one direction it'll be hours of driving, right?
Those names are oddly familiar.
And he tried to explain, like, Michael is a serious dude, you know? He does things differently. Like, he focuses on getting money, but he's good at it, but because of that, it almost makes him feel not human, right? And Jake's like, so he's a cyborg with bad programming? And they all laughed, right? And then when they got to the hotel room, Jake had a candy bar, right? And no one really thought anything of it, and then he tried to hug his uncle, right? And Michael spotted the chocolate fingertips, and he fucking stepped back out of line of sight, and he's like,
you must excuse caution. You could get chocolate on my suit, and that would be bad. Very, very bad.
I mean, they had a awkward drive home, and then they went to go get gas. They should stop for gas or they'd run out. And Marge said, that'd be bad. And Jake mocking his uncle going, very, very bad. So, like, every time they would always, like, an inside joke, and they'd always joke with that'd be very, very bad. He's saying, like, asking Marge's dad, trying to, like, snap her out of her daydreaming, because she was just smiling at the memory. And I just feel so bad for them. There's literally no horror, it's just sad. This isn't a horror story, this is just fucking sad. Sorry, I was just thinking about the trip to meet Michael. Oh, that was bad.
Story.
It's a depressing story. Okay, we're on 28 and 29. A little bit anxious because my charger for the controller is a bit faulty, so I don't know when or if it'll, like, turn off suddenly. Very, very bad, they said in unison. They laughed.
I have to go pray in 1-3 mins. When I come back, will you give me like a quick recap on what happened? When I want there.
Ah, okay. Okay, sorry, no, unfortunately, that would just, be like more time trying to flip through the pages and then try and summarize each of the pages. So like you may be missing out, but I will tell you how it ends if I get there. At least I can do that. So Evan is a bit hesitant because he doesn't like asking for favors, but he really can't afford a air conditioner and decided like, I'll ask, my brother.
I got to go. Going with my mother to the park.
There's an awkward pause and then he says he has to go.
Or garden.
Have fun. And it's basically her closing her eyes, kind of temporarily ignoring reality, where all the medication bottles all the IV stands, like all of that disappears. His bald head that's being fucking blared by the nightlight is a long brown lush of hair. Yeah, so saying that sometimes he doesn't need it right now, but sometimes he can't keep things down and they have to hook him up to an IV. And, you know, it's saying like, you know, I like my long hair. And his father's like, well, there's no law against saying boys have to have short hair. And she found it ironic since his father has a fucking buzz cut. Like, sometimes it's hard to hear if something's wrong with him because, like, he doesn't snort, right? So she's listening carefully to how he's breathing, right? Listening carefully to how he's breathing. Sorry. And sometimes, because of that, she'll think he's like asleep and then checks in on him, and you know, he sits up like, oh, is something wrong, Marge? And he's like, and she has to think on the spot like, shit, I thought you called my name. And he's like, no, you must have been dreaming, because like his sleep has been mostly uninterrupted, but she thinks it might be the new medication combination or whatever that's been causing him to go like this. And luckily, she's been behind for the past 3 nights on her project. His father gave her permission to be able to have the authority to talk to the doctor, so she called Dr. Betterman. Huh. Fascinating. Oh. Oh. I'm not gonna read most of the page 130. It's just her saying she wasn't looking for a like staying job, but because Evan, his father, wasn't here that often, you know. Um, and like surprisingly, there was a lot of like uh hidey holes in this like place, like almost like secret doors and shit. And she's like, the project she was working on, I thought she was talking about just the project of trying to uh, get Jake better, but right, she sneaks into his room, right, and basically is standing in front of the cupboard where I assume it's a cupboard like mine and not like a wardrobe cupboard, which I was imagining. Um, and you know she has a little project she's working on, right? And she's standing over it, and like Jake has like a big sigh, and she fucking freezes in the spot, right? And she's waiting for his breathing pattern to go back to normal. And basically, she puts this little headlamp on. It's basically for people working on like close projects or whatever. And it's not bright enough to like shine the whole room. Where it's like Jake's a heavy sleeper, but she doesn't want to take any chances, and she gently pulls the cupboard out, right, and shows like or explains what her little project is, and it's a doll with two fucking googly eyes, but one of them's blacked out. And what I'm getting from it, it's she's constantly improving the doll based on the adventures he says, you know, you went to the ice cream place, I went to the ice cream place, you went to the arcade, I went to the arcade, you went to baseball, I played baseball, and basically keeps improving it like that, right? Keeps improving it like that. So it was originally white, but changed with evidence of adventure Jake was having in his mind with Simon. Her project was an exercise in a hope, or maybe even more than hope. It was an exercise in belief. If you were to infuse an object with enough love intentions, would it have life? Even Evan apparently so. Oh. So she's making basically a real Henry, right? Something to give him hope when he gets better. So, like, she has a bunch of stuff, right? So there's like a black eye on the doll for when he stood up to a bully. He has a missing tooth for when he tried a skateboard trick and failed miserably. Like, he had all the things from the past 3 days. He had, like, chocolate on his fingertips from meeting his uncle. He, like, had a splinter in his fingers. He had rainbow fingers, or underneath the fingernails from, pardon me, from playing with, like, paint, finger painting. Has a bunch of tickets from the zoo, the movies, the arcades in his little pockets. Has a bunch of, like, popcorn kernels stuck in his teeth, as well as butter on his shirt. A bunch of, like, tomato sauce around his lips, or, like, around his mouth, specifically. and like she likes adding sense for realism. So like when she used real chocolate for like the fingertips so it smelled sweet, and then she rubbed a bit of like a garlic sense for like garlic bread, and it is really sweet. What if this backfires? So she's adding more stuff to the doll, right? The bruised knees with like grass on them, shoes for the broken shoelace. like added like a tongue drawing purple for like the slushy. Even like gave one of the neighbors $5 for her to try and win like the smiley face eraser. What if it like that didn't exist, right? Trying to find some like, how the fuck do I do this? Or if they just didn't have it, like it's like, and I feel like honestly I would feel personally hurt, right? And I feel like I would lash out if I was Jake, because it's like I was talking to who I thought was a real friend, and you're telling me he wasn't real. He was a fucking doll. I would be really upset. I feel like I'd be making fun of, like, I already got cancer. I see double. I can't walk on my own. I can't do anything. And playing this fucking game for me to get better? I personally would feel really hurt. Even if the intention was there, I would feel really hurt. Basically, she, is done with the doll for now, picks up her stuff and leaves, and is like, she's really excited for when he gets better, so he can see it, right? And there's a twist in the gut, like, she knows that it's only gonna get harder. It's only been getting harder from now, sorry. And she's like slapping herself, like, no, get those negative thoughts out of my head, right? He's like, he will be fine. He will. And he's trying to he's playing basically Monopoly, right? But he's struggling to fucking pay her the money. One, because of he doesn't know which hotels are real, and two, he doesn't know which of the money is real. I know he knows it's not real, right? But he's seeing double, and apparently, so there's this part of your brain that controls the eye movement, right? And because the tumor is growing so quick and violently, it pushed the bit of his eye into a place where it shouldn't be, and that's why he's seeing double. So I don't want to read the first page because it's a lot of fucking smart talk and shit about cells and the body parts and shit. It's very confusing. Just the body be bodying the way it shouldn't body. And he basically realized it snaps back to him counting the money and realized he has to start all over again. And yeah, he doesn't want to do that, so he fucking flips the fucking thing off his bed, and she's like, hey, because the dog piece almost hit her in the eye, and he felt bad, but then he got angry because he felt bad, so he started screaming. She kind of stepped over the pieces and closed the window, and as soon as he did that, he kind of stopped screaming, like, what, you think you're, like, you're worried you're murdering me or whatever? And she's like, as if. Like, it's like, close the window. Did stop him though. Why'd you close it? You afraid people think you're murdering me? Mudge looked at him and rolled her eyes. As if, kiddo. If I wanted to, I could end you so quickly you'd never make a sound. Jack's eyes got big, and Mudge erupted into a clumsy ninja pose and shouted, "Hey-ah!" and pretended to kick towards Jake's bed. That made him laugh. When Mudge dropped her foot, stepped on another game piece, and started hopping around the room. Jake laughed even harder. Sure, mock my pain, she said. Jack kept laughing. Mudge stopped hopping around and went back to the window. It's hot in here. Who closed the window? You did, Jack giggled. Oh, did I? Yeah, I'll take your word for it. Marge began cleaning up the board. I assume you've done with this one for now? She asked, as if it was normal to throw a tantrum over a stupid board game. I'm sorry, Jack said. I got frustrated. No, Marge said in pretend disbelief. You don't say. I just figured your wires got crossed or your circuits were fried. Jack laughed again. I'm almost done with this. It doesn't feel like as exhausting as the first one. So I feel like I'm a little bit drained, but I can finish this, hopefully. We're basically on 138 and 39. Sorry, I spaced out. Damn, I was gonna ship the characters. Anyway, I say sarcastically. As she's picking up the pieces, Jack says, "I love you, Marge," and she looks away for a bit, frozen. And, you know, when she finally turns back to him, she says, "I love you too, kiddo." Oh, sorry, she says, "I love you too, Jake, fuck." And she's basically on the front porch. It's too hot to fucking sleep in her room, right? And she's kind of just swinging herself back and forth, hoping the motion would, you know, like, take her into slumber. She thought about sleeping on the couch, but she has too many thoughts, right? And basically the headaches have becoming worse. The vision, double vision is becoming more intense. And, you know, his last 2 rounds are done, and there's nothing. They're like, "We gotta stop this. I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do. If it's too much for you, we can, like, send him somewhere else." And she snaps back saying, "He's not too much for me." And, you know, he put his hand on her hand, saying, "I understand." But did he? After all, she's just a nanny. Because apparently a week ago or whatever, someone asked, like, you know, "Hey, is that his mum?" And some other nurse blatantly says, "No, his mum died. She's just the nanny." She's like, "Sometimes I wish I was like one of those robots Jack likes so much. That way I wouldn't have to have such fucking complicated feelings. But I'm not just the nanny. Like, I've lived here, like, for 3 years, since the start, before he was even feeling unwell. Well, I mean, he was unwell, but he was more social, you know? And I see him as my own son. Even Evan, you know. He says she'd come to love Evan too, not in a romantic way, just like a brother. When she was home on leave, he gave her an option to go on vacation. Sorry, I gotta sneeze. Sneeze, damn it. Oh, it just gets worse. So she's talking about how, like Evan offered her a vacation for a while, but she's like, she doesn't really have anywhere to go for a couple days that she wants to. Plus, she doesn't want to be too far away from Jake, right? And so basically, she'd occasionally visit her friends. She, visit old friends, visit her family, but she wouldn't be gone for long, right? And fucking listen to this, right? I'll read it a little bit, right? It says, her parents wanted her to come home. They just go, you're going to be crushed when that boy dies. You should get out now while you can. Her dad said to her, leave it to a retired Marine to excuse the emotions from the equation. Like she could just drop Jack's failing body in a hospice center, pack up her few things, leave, and forget she ever heard the name of a boy named Jake. Just the thought made her so angry. She wanted to climb through the phone and strangle her dad. What happened to leave no man behind, Dad? Why do you think I want you to get out? He said. I'm trying to bring you home whole. It's too late for that. And then it cuts to her that she's making chocolate chip cookies with one of the neighbors, right? And they're talking about the coal, how it's an option. They had an idea that it could be possible, but she's so precarious in in Jake's world. They sometimes forget about Evan's world, and she's making chocolate chip cookies. Not that it's the fucking time for it, but because Evan asked for it, who is she to say no? Because it's so hot that they could fucking cook it on the street, right? And she's like to the neighbor, oh, you didn't have to help. She's like, nonsense, I'm here to lend a helping hand as much as I can. And she knows that it's just for moral support for the coal, right? And the phone rings and Michael calls Marge. Michael said when she answered the phone. His flat, gruff voice was unmistakable. Hi, Michael. I've been notified that Evan's dead. Marge's leg failed her. If Gillian hadn't been in the kitchen with her, she would have whacked her head on the counter as she went down. Instead, she fell into Gillian, who, though sturdy, was a lot softer than her counter. Gillian immediately wrapped her arms around Marge and propped her up. Apparently an IED hit the vehicle he was in, Michael said. To dumb it down is they're grieving. They're grieving. Basically, the guardianship is transferred in Marge's name. The house and assets also go to Marge. And they are completely broken. And they're like, how are we going to tell Jake? And the neighbor is like she's like, so we find out that the wife's name was Roxanne. I think that's how you pronounce it. Yeah. Roxanne. Roxanne? Saying like, he was a creative kid. Look, I love my kids, but they're fucking oafs. They are dumb as bricks. And she's like, I'm going to make some lemonade for everyone, and you can decide how and when is the right time to tell him. 145. the neighbor's like, yeah, the Michael seems like a cool guy, at least on the phone. And Marge is like, he's not a bad person. He just sees the world differently. His job is financing for rich folk, and he's made a living out of it. But, you know, he just can't really connect with people like us. And she's like, man, I'm kind of envious. I wish I was like that. She's like, me too. And she tried explaining, like, what happened with the story, right? But Evan's like thinking, this story is kind of fucking boring, and the main character is fucking stupid. And so he's like, I just want to go to sleep. And she looked really, I wouldn't say upset, but like hurt. But she's like, can I get you anything? Because she basically took out the IV, because he hates the IV, but he even hates the fucking catheter even worse, because he says in his own words that he's a little bit too old to wet the bed, but he has no control over it. And she's like, is there anything I can get you? He's like, no, I just want to go to sleep. She's like, oh, okay. And then proceeds, leaves. He doesn't actually want to go to sleep. He just wants to talk to Simon. Did I do it? Oh, wait, what? Yeah. Uh... Oh fuck. Okay, O E E O E E E E E O E fuck. So he's imagining like he's like, oh, I can't wait to tell Simon. Can't wait to tell Simon all the cool things I did today. I went to the beach. And because of how hot it is, if I could go to the beach, I could just body surf or surf for real or just play in the water. Right, and he's closing his eyes. Right, he's closing his eyes, making sure he's pretending to sleep. Right. And like she shuffles a bit and he kind of opens his eyes, but she's still standing there, so he still pretends to sleep, and he feels or hears sobbing, right? And she's like, Jake? He's like, yeah? I don't think Simon's coming today. And he's like, how do you know he comes after bedtime? And she tried to give a playful wink, like, I'm just that good, But, And he felt a little bit confused and irritated, like, because he didn't want to be tested. But why? How did you know? She's like, oh, well, I kind of... I listen, I hear your conversations. And he's like, you were listening? She's like, well, I kind of have to check if something's wrong and make sure you're okay. And he's like, well, I guess that's fine, because it's not like I'm telling secrets. But why isn't he coming tonight? She's like, well, you know how sometimes you're not feeling up to it? It's kind of like that. And she's like, oh. He's like, oh, I see. Trying to, like, really blink away. He's like, he's really upset, right? I thought she was voicing it, but if it was the father across the world doing it, oh, that fucking hurts. Oh! She asks Jake if he wanted her to finish the story, and he's like, no thanks, I just want to go to sleep. He's alright, and kisses him on the forehead again, right? And he felt her, like, wet cheeks, right? And she was, heading towards his door, but her legs almost, like, failed her, and she basically grabbed the door and kind of closed it and slid down, and she didn't want him to hear her cry, so she kind of quietly sobbed into her shoulder, which about lasted an hour before she had enough strength to, get up, right? And she was heading towards the bathroom, but stopped around Evan's door, right? And she never wanted to enter when he wasn't home because it felt like an invasion of privacy, right? But always when he was home, she'd like clean and vacuum and fold laundry and shit. And he's like, oh, you'll be closer to Jake. You'll be closer to Jake. You have your own bed. It's bigger. It's colder. And she's like, nah, I really just need my own place, right? He's like, yeah, I'd feel like I was sleeping in your bed. She thought, no thanks, She didn't realize until Michael gave her the news that the real issue was she wanted Evan to be more than just a boss. Being in his room when he was gone made her feel like a lovelorn stalker, love him like a brother. Boy, had she been lying to herself. And she basically opened the door and stepped in, and it's like, she says it's masculine, a little bit masculine, but also not, where it's neat, but not too neat. Where it's like the walls are lined with happy and upset photos and just photos of Jake all around, a bunch of family portraits. I got a question, right? I got a question, like, let's say your partner dies, right? And it takes a while, but you eventually remarry, right? And then you die, your partner dies, right? And you're all in heaven. Do you go back to your wife who was probably waiting for you? Or do you stick with your new wife that, how does that work? So looking around, she sees a bunch of books, right? How to start a garden, how to fix a car, and she's like, it seems that, it seems that Jake's taste for knowledge came from his father. And, like, I don't really... It seemed that she laid down in the bed, but she's like, no, it's too soon to sleep in here. And she basically went to the, she went to the bathroom and washed her face. And there was, like, makeup stains all over, and she's like, fuck. Okay, and she takes a glimpse at herself in, like, mascara fucking running down and shit, makeup. And so basically she got makeup remover and removed all the makeup, and then took the towel or whatever and decided to put a load in the washer or whatever. And she woke up and heard a noise, right? She woke up and heard a noise, like, what the fuck was that? Where am I? Oh, right, she fell asleep in the lawn chair, so she goes upstairs to sleep properly. She gets woken up again. And she's like, she's hearing voices. And she looks and like, where's the baby monitor? And she goes down, she's like, oh shit, left it in the basement. She goes down to she's heading towards the basement, but then she's like, if it's Jake talking, who's Jake talking to? And instead of going to the basement, she kind of feels her way around the place, because it's fucking dark, and she feels like it's getting louder and louder as she reaches Jake's room. But as she's on the outside, it's just silent. Ah, shit. Almost fucked that up. Saying, the kitchen, the fridge adds to its thumping chorus. she's not used. Basically, she's not used to the noises, right? Because she sleeps in the bungalow and uses this little thumps and like little zips and shit. But everything altogether is like because of how I assume because of how stressful or because of what happened yesterday, she's a lot more alert. So hearing the fridge buzzing, dogs barking, shit like that, right? And she's like, she can hear, like, she knows noises, she knows voice, like, noise and voices are two different things, right? And so she's like, she doesn't want to wake Jake, sorry. Doesn't want to wake Jake up, right? And so she decided to grab her baby monitor, and go to sleep, right? And she basically, like, the next morning, she comes in, and, he's, like, sitting up, rubbing his eyes, and, like, calls her name, but, like, it's almost like a whisper. And she's like, "Hey, buddy, what are we doing for today? You'll never guess what weather it is today." And he's like, "It's hot." She's like, "Oh, you did guess. What a clever buddy you are. Like, what shall we do today, huh? Go to the moon, build a spaceship that'll take us to the moon?" Just trying to be cheery, right? And she can see that, like, his lips are, like, hitting, like, his tongue is, like, hitting bits of his, like, crisp lips, right? And it's hurting him. So she basically is, like, puts lip balm or whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? And she's like, she's like, "So what are we doing, huh?" And she's going off on some other silly ideas, and he's like, "Marge?" And he's like, "What's up, Jake?" He's like, "I don't want to pretend today." She takes a deep breath and she picks him up. And she goes, "Okay, I won't make you. I don't want you to get mad." "Okay, that would be bad. Very, very bad." And then Jake drifted back to sleep. So we're on 155, almost there. She's cutting up all of her smiley face t-shirts, right? And I know it's a complete mood kill, but now I'm just thinking of someone wearing like so in a sense of like not really cutting up the smiley face, but like the mouth and eyes are still cut so you can see skin through them, and I'm like, damn, that's kind of a kinky thought. Sorry, my brain's just being very immature. Yeah, so she's cutting them up and trying to get rid of them, and basically the neighbor is like, the kids are out on a trip with their friends, her husband's at work, whatever you need, you can do it, I'm here for you as support. And so she called up the hospital, going to transfer him to like the hospice center, whatever the fuck that is. And you know, she thought it'd be complicated, but Dr. Betterman you know, fixed everything up and like is like, yeah, everything's all good to go. And she says thank you, but she's not feeling thankful, she's feeling resentful, sorry. Like, all this shit happening to him, it's not fair, you know? And so she's like, what am I, it's the least I can do to tell him, right? It's the least I can do. I have to tell him, like, first I gotta tell him his father's dead. Then I gotta tell him that his father was, you know, Simon. Wouldn't that be better comforting that his father loved him so much?
I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back. Yeah, shit has fucking went down.
I came back, but my next prayer is in 4 minutes.
Ah, okay. Do you want me to wait for you to come back to dumb down the about what happened, or do you want me to tell you now? We're on 157 or 150. Literally, next 2 pages, it's done. So she was going to tell him everything before the ambulance arrived, but by the time they turned in, turned into the driveway, it was already too late. They thought, okay, let's get him settled in the hospice before he explains everything. And it's just the EMT coming in, her having to sign all the forms of sending him off. And they're just very nervous. And so they're going into the next room. They're like, let's go see Jake, shall we? Back off, you fucking bastards. Oh. So they opened the door and the room was too still. As they guessed, he passed away. And she was a statue. Her neighbor had to pick her up and move her out of the way. And they had to tell her that what she already knew is, you know, she moved on. Or he moved on, sorry. And, like, but there was no tears because she used them all up. This type of reaction, she wanted to scream and have a mental breakdown, but now's not the time, so now she just wanted a void to suck her whole. Completely, like, make her disappear so she wouldn't have to be here, but it wouldn't be that easy. And due to the circumstances, there was something irregular that no one else noticed. Even the neighbor saw it but thought nothing of it. The fucking the EMT crew saw nothing of it. 5 eyes, but not one of them noticed or commented on how the dresser drawer was opened. That was really fucking sad. And I think so far, out of the three, right? So far, out of the 3. So my theory is that the reason that he passed away, right? There we go. Okay, I'll leave it here so that my thing can charge. I'm just resting my legs. Oh, stiff bastards. So my theory, right? My theory is that he had this, like, this is just a theory, right? But because she said, you know, there's Simon isn't, you know, gonna be visiting. I guess he felt lonely, and my theory is that he pushed himself to have the strength to, well, I guess, no, that doesn't add up, because I was gonna say, like, when she didn't check on him that night, maybe he, you know, maybe he opened it, but then when she checked on him before, when he said, I don't want to pretend anymore, the thing would clearly be open. I genuinely believe that before they came, I think he used the rest of his strength to open it, and because he was like cradled and he looked so frail and small, they commented. And because of that, I think he used the last of his strength to coddle the doll. He opened it and went back to his bed and died coddling Simon. But fucking hell was that sad. I think so. so far out of this book, right? That one is my favorite. Like, yes, Blackbird was alright. It had a kind of a starting, but the ending was alright. But this one is on another level. I haven't had a story make me so emotional since Lonely Freddy, where that filled me with rage. This one fills me with sorrow. And the fact that it doesn't have any horror element, right? There's no, like, invisible monster. There's no, like, broken or, like, yeah, broken or creepy animatronics. It's just a kid with cancer. And that is almost as, I think, when you want to see deep down, things that are based in realism is the scariest thing, because you can see it happening. Giant animatronics trying to hunt, kill you, or whatever. Yeah, that's terrifying in the moment, but after you kind of watch TV, sleep, have something to eat, you kind of forget about it. But the looming threat of getting cancer is real, because you don't know how to combat that. I know there's treatments, but I don't know how to get to that treatment. I would be fucked on my own. It's scary because it's a possibility. But that's my belief, at least. Sorry. That blasted hedgehog. The fact that he has molded eyebrows really upsets me, because that is weirding me out. Ah, fuck. At least he gets to meet his father soon, so... Why is there so much fucking green on this? Like, I know bits are gonna be covered up, but why is there so much fucking lime green pieces in this? Baby Jake might come out. I'll put these down here so that they may be protected. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, come on. No. Oh, for fuck's sake. You are a pain in the ass. Ah, fuck. Did I wake you?
No, I just heard noises.
I was trying to put these in there, but they're fucking too big.
What's too big?
The cups.
You can't put them on the side.
No, they don't work either. Well, it's like, but then fuck. I just finished the real Jake story, and it's fucking depressing.
That's good. We like depression.
Well, I'm just streaming until he comes back, and then I'll probably, I don't know, do something else. So it turns out inside the cupboard, right? Because she kept saying that when you get better, come and find me. She made a little stitched doll of basically Jake on his adventures. So like a lot of details from those stories is in this doll. Like paint under the fingernails. Oh shit, sorry. Like, you know, popcorn stuck in his teeth, broken shoelace. Basically, she's been adding onto it, right? And then suddenly, out of nowhere, his father gets killed in action. And his will says that, you know, guardian of care goes to her for him to look after Jake, and the house is his. She kind of has an emotional breakdown and decides that she can't handle she can't deal with the emotional stress of, like, she loves Jake but she can't be the sole guardian. And then so basically she signs it up so to kind of put the care in a hospital wing. And then as they're going upstairs to you know, collect him, he, like, as soon as they enter the room, they know he's no longer with us, and everyone's mourning, right? Everyone's mourning Jake's death, but there's 5 sets of eyes, and not one of them noticed that the closet drawer is open. Open it, and then went back to bed and passed on.
That's sad.
That is sad. And I was just talking about the scariest thing isn't these animatronic monsters. Anything that's based in realism is the scariest thing because it is a possibility. Cancer could happen to anyone, even the kindest of people that don't deserve it. And it turns out after his father died, she turns out she had feelings for his father, not Jake. And that's even more sad.
The Minecraft music is making it more sadder.
Yeah, it was definitely, I think, out of book 6, this was the best story so far. Again, we haven't read Hide and Seek yet, but it's definitely way above Blackbird. Because as I was saying, I haven't had a story make me so emotional since Lonely Freddy. That story, right? And my body's like, nah. So the fact that I almost cried, like, at least felt it in the corner of my eyes, that's a fucking achievement. Yeah, it's not that Blackbird's bad, but it had kind of a rough start. A better ending, but a rough start, and because of that, I genuinely think this one is better. Not because I'm not saying Blackbird has a better ending, but this one just made me so emotional. Where it's like, I'm like, oh, okay, at least they have a happy ending in Blackbird. This one's like, fuck. Yeah, it's even sadder because his father was the voice of Simon. So when they're like, yeah, Simon's not going to be visiting tonight, it really made him
Many
upset.
the books are unexpected. In any other book you would think the main character lives.
Yeah, exactly. Again, this is what I like about it, because it has some sort of realism with it. I wonder. Damn it, now my brain's thinking of trying to collect all the things in Ruin and maybe get the other ending, even though it may contain spoilers. So I'm just double checking with a friend if it has, like, when I could play it. Thinking. Well, now it's just hide and seek. Let me. Sorry. Let me check to see. Okay. Just so that's missing event. I'm just seeing if I'm missing any stories. Into the pit, to be beautiful, count the ways. Let me look at this. Oh wait, no, sorry. It's not the Into the Pit one that I have. That was a misprint. It's Fetch. Yeah, so all the pages are just Fetch instead of the story it should be, like in the corner. Out of stock, Lonely Freddy, Fetch. Just checking. 1:30 a.m. Room for one more. The New Kid. Bunny Call in the Flesh in the Man in Room 1280. Yeah, I don't know where my fourth one went.
I remember seeing a weird Funtime Freddy that looked dirty. Was it from a book?
might be talking about, that would be Count the Ways. BRB.
You know, if they made it a real Jake game, there would be a good ending even though it isn't canon. MSK scared to do Pizzeria Simulator, dear lord.
There it is. I need some my glasses. I'm sure you can do it. I'm confident that it has to be in the fourth. No. Yeah, I'm missing my fourth book. Step closer. No one to do anything. No one wants to talk. Undone it. Feelings like the black sheep of the family. No one understands. Cover up my feelings with my own two hands. Posing all the blame. Not insane. Na 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 na. No one can do anything. No one wants to talk. Feelings locked. The black sheep of the family. No one understands. Cover up my feelings with my own two hands. No one here needs anything. No one wants to talk. Feelings locked. The black sheep of the family. No one understands. Cover up my feelings with my own two hands.
Did you read the FazBear Frights graphic novels?
I have the first two graphic novels. I have the first two graphic novels, but I've only read the first one. No one but
I would rip the second graphic novel just back of its front character.
Oh, you mean, yeah, these bastards. Yeah, they're not any better. Honestly, not any better. So the art is slowly getting better. It's not good, but it's slowly getting better.
Are graphic novels the same stories or?
So graphic novels are basically, think of the books I'm reading, but with pictures. That's basically what they are. I don't know where Step Closer went, and it's kind of bothering me.
They have pictures, oh I need that.
I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. The pictures are not good at all. But if you're
Is
that
there no
desperate, I would
pictures in the book
recommend
you
them.
are reading? I saw what Simon looks like and I am terrified.
Yeah, my one's just words. I mean, Simon doesn't really exist. Simon's basically a doll. I'm thinking of reading the main trilogy books. Oh, I have those and two of the graphic novels, but as I said, I've heard they contain spoilers, so I can't really say anything.
You are right, they have spoilers. Especially Silver Eyes. FazBear Frights has to be the best franchise for the books. I don't care what anyone says.
I'm really enjoying them. I'm a little bummed because I know I keep saying this. I don't know where the fuck Step Closer went. And it's actually making me go insane.
Do you have then fourth book?
I basically have the collection of all 12. I just don't know where the fourth one went.
Security Breach is so big it laterally has its own book series focused on the Pizzaplex. What do you think hide and seek's gonna be about? SpongeBob has been trying to get the jellyfish for 5 hours.
Damn. Must be really incompetent then. onto Roblox.